Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. So as I was saying, I'm gonna restart everything again. So not only did the camera not turn on when I wanted it to, it apparently messed with the microphone. I have no idea why that happened. So welcome in, everyone. Sorry about the weird start. Yay for technology. I was saying, well, sorry about last week. I was feeling very unwell, and I just was not in a fit state to do anything. So yeah, we didn't have a thing last week. This week, what I plan on doing is that I plan on working on some different things, mostly in UE5. I'll be prototyping some stuff. I'm not sure if it'll become a tutorial or not. I know some of the things in it won't. I'm doing some stuff for myself as well in it, but, you know, we'll look at that. We'll be prototyping in Blueprint and then transferring it over to C++. So yeah, that said, let's get into it. All right, so just showing off the environment we're working with. You know, I don't know what I changed in the HUD that caused that issue. The blue on the bottom, that is. That blue is actually coming from the top, so I'm gonna resolve that fairly quickly, hopefully. So let's take care of that first, and then while I do that, I'm also gonna open up this can of Monster because I forgot to bring water up with me today. All right, so I'm gonna go into widgets and our wrapper. I don't want project settings open. Let's go back to my wrapper for this, which is in my UI folder. Set it back to the default. Nope, I didn't change it. Okay. So let's take a look at the actual effect itself really quickly. I don't think I've changed anything in here. That didn't mean hit 0 twice. Just gonna try different numbers. We're gonna go with back to 0.3. No, I don't want to make any saves there. Let's go to 0.1. Let's hit play. Interesting. I wonder if it has to do with the screen size. Yes, it does. Okay, so that is something that I need to be mindful of. We'll put this back to 0.3 for now. Actually, 0.25 is where we had it. All right, so I'm not actually going to take care of that. I'll deal with the wrapping of this later. I'm just going to put back to inherit for now. I was not saying that earlier. So what I want to do with this today, with the time we have, is actually work on the component I'm setting up here. Now, it is a prototype. I am going to be changing this as I go just to see. Oh, hey, camera didn't turn back on. What the? Sorry about that as well. Really impressed, OBS. Really impressed today. Right. No idea what caused that. So yeah, this is just really a rough system right now. I'm not gonna really be doing it this way. I'm gonna be using interfaces in C++, but for the prototype, yeah, it's gonna be a cast. This is gonna be completely replaced. So I don't mind doing things a bit dirty. That sounds really wrong. Right. We don't have a death event yet. I'm not gonna worry about that one right now. All right, we have the oxygen system, which will create something for the UI for that one. I'll do that later on. We're gonna have an event for regaining oxygen. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create another Boolean variable called b is in vacuum. I don't know if I spelled that right or not. I don't honestly care. I'll laugh at myself for spelling it wrong later on. I mean, it took over a year for people to notice I spelled February wrong in like 50 plus videos. And only after I did the video where I said, hey, no one's noticed this, like only like 6 months after that did people start commenting on the earlier video, hey, you did this. I'm like, I was actually really impressed at first since someone pointed it out. All right. I think this timer actually is going to be like the key timer for everything. It's kind of interesting because it's not a key mechanic. It can be, but it's not fully intended to be. Actually, we're going to create another event just so this is a little bit more organized. Okay. Boink. Actually, I might be moving some of this off elsewhere. All right, we're gonna create another variable for this actually, called oxygen regen rate. And this is so it can be a little bit evil. That wasn't a joke, by the way. Also have to remember it's no longer a control W. It's now control D, which makes a lot more sense, but still, force a habit. So what I mean by evil, and this is polymorphic, so we don't want to make it a negative value this time around, is that, oh man, I really can't make that number too much smaller, but let's just do it this. This is just, yeah. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll create if in vacuum deplete oxygen and then regain oxygen. You know, actually, no. I'm gonna leave it like this for now. Let's just think about how we want to trigger this. For now, I'm not gonna, because I'm thinking about doors and other interactables. I don't know. I'm just gonna just create a folder called actor. Why do I have a thing called weather and sky? Oh, I took the sky dome from them. That's why. And for now, I'm just going to create a I'm just going to call it a test warehouse. I'm going to put anything where I don't know what I'm going to do with it in the future or down the line in here. So for this version of this test warehouse, we're going to have a collision capsule. And just so I know where it is, I'm going to give it a static mesh as well. The static mesh is literally just for like a reference point for me while doing this. It has no other utility. It is, yeah. So I'm just gonna actually call this visual reference. In fact, I'm going to attach the box to visual reference. And in here, we're just gonna do the cube. And this, we will scale up. Could have done the box ascent as well, but I'll just use scale for now. All right, and scroll down here, and on component begin overlap, if other actor, and again, I wouldn't be casting AP. No, not game mode. Is it game mode interacting? Yes. Ooh, okay, BP character. I don't care if it fails, I only care when it succeeds, and what we're gonna do is absolutely nothing. And before I forget, edit editor preferences. This is driving me crazy. It opens in the other window completely. Main window. No. Yes. Thank you. Right, so we need to go in here actually, and then we go back to here. What we do... Oh, it's already set. Well, we do to be proper is first off, put this into its oxygen folder for now. And mark it as private. And why am I having just be set? Set is in vacuum. I'm okay, whatever. I don't care. I really don't if I get that wrong. Right, so don't care about the return. This is just a test. And then what we want to do here is get our component prototype. And set is in vacuum. Okay, there we go. Go back here. Nope. Here. And trigger regen. We'll mark that as true. And I'm going to turn off the torture mode in a moment and actually up the amount. And on component begin end overlap. We want to have this down here again. But we want to mark this as false. So really simple logic, I realize. I just want to make sure the trigger is working, which is why we're going to get rid of what I called the torture mode a second ago. We're going to set this to also be. Oh, I actually changed the wrong one. I was really nice by accident instead of having it on torture mode. Would have helped if I was paying attention to what variable I had selected, I guess. All right, so let's, oh, and I pulled a normal me. You know what I did? I forgot to actually put the box somewhere. Put it down here. That should be a nice enough walk to lose some of our O2. All right, I know it's floating in the air. Okay, so our O2 should be going... Oh. I actually screwed something up. Really obvious. We're going to default that to true. And then I think I have this backwards. What we'll actually do for that for now is here. This is backwards. Whatever, I'm going to grab both, but again, don't need to have it look neat. I keep doing that in the new version of Unreal. I keep doing that. That is getting the wrong knot. All right, there we go. We are losing oxygen. I like the silhouette it makes. Moving a bit too quickly, but we'll take care of that down the road. Or probably, it's just a little bit later today, that is. Let's see if the number goes back up. It isn't. That's slightly concerning. 9988. I think I know what's wrong. Yeah, I see exactly the issue. Okay. So that was just me being silly. Yeah, again, I don't mind. I also had a little bit of panic, like, I'm not doing the thing yet. I'm not regenerating oxygen yet. But I forgot it's a polymorphic function. Okay. Look, we have body. We can't see it because it's too dark. See? Body. All right. And come on. Oh yeah, I don't have a sprint yet. Okay, the number is going up. There we go. Let's get back up above 70. In other words, so I can take a drink. And then let's walk out of this area. Let's also hit the right key on the keyboard to do that. That would be useful. All right, and we can see it's depleting again. Okay, so our regen system works. We're not gonna undo it. Right, so I want to just pop open my notepad so you can see what I'm thinking. I have the heart rate up there, and that's gonna be based on a fear system, our oxygen system, and our stamina system. Our oxygen consumption is also going to be based on our stamina. So, what I want to do then is I want to create our stamina system. All right, that's going to be fairly simple. I mean, I've already made most of the variables for this, so not much to do to it. Excuse me. So, I mean, also the system could run on our stamina too, I guess. But we're going to create another one called stamina check. Okay. Just going to set that there for a moment. And yeah, no, we can have 2 times. I've done this before too. Why am I like doubting myself for whatever reason? Sorry about that. We're gonna do just up here really quickly before I forget though, is to do our set timer by event, and this will create event because I hate dragging that all the way down to the event, and it will be our stamina check. Okay, the fact that I can't use enter there is kind of sad. Makes me sad, at least. And for our speed for this one, we'll do 0.1. So that's just going to be easier for the math I want to do down the road to set this up. The math I want to do is, let me do that notepad back open, is this delta seconds thing here is actually not delta seconds. I want to know how long the timer, someone's been using stamina. Yeah, that's all I want to do. I want to know how long someone's been using stamina, because the more they're doing something, I want to have more of an effect on the character. So I want the system to be not just single parts. I want things to, yeah, do stuff together. I'm not sure how else to explain what I'm thinking here. All right, so we're gonna do a branch. And I'm just gonna leave the branch for now because I have certain condition checks I want to do, so I'm just gonna make a comment about them. One, or actually, I'm gonna be consider one is using stamina. This might be for something else. I'm probably gonna need that. I know I'm gonna need that, but I just don't know where I want to put it. has stamina. Actually, hang on. There's two different versions of this. Let me... Okay. I'm just going to do this. Doing something that uses stamina. 2 has stamina. 3 is moving. Okay. Sorry, I just had an idea that struck me for something that would make this actually be even more, have more of the effect I'm looking for. I'm not sure how to explain what I'm thinking. Hopefully I'll be able to. Okay, so... basically, can we use our stamina pool? And then what we'll do here is a branch. And you know what? Actually, we'll do this down here. We're going to do an event, custom event, stamina regen. And we're just going to call that on the false here. Not regent. Wow. Okay. So here's where I'm going to have that other branch. And I want to know, I'm going to create a new function actually for this called has oxygen. And set in vacuum is oxygen related, so that's going to go in there. Has oxygen is clearly oxygen related. This is going to be a pure function with one return. And it's going to be has oxygen. I don't know why I decided to add an I to that word. And what we're going to do is grab the oxygen levels. We're going to check, is it greater than 0? All right. Pretty simple stuff. All right, so we want to know, do they have oxygen? Oh, so sorry. I like having this on the far right. I'm going to close other tabs. All right, so do they have oxygen? And I'm actually going to make this a second check. Is stamina less than stamina max? I do like the fact that it has less and greater and it actually spells it out for you now. I don't know why I like that. Like, it's because I say the wrong things whenever I'm recording stuff and get it wrong so very often. It is just really nice every so often just to have something spelled out. And I know I complain about people doing that. All right, so if they do, then do we have a set stamina? We do. I just want to see if we use set oxygen. I just have a different variable somewhere else. All right. We will do 0.5 for now. All right, so that is, literally 0.5%. So on our stamina drain, we want to know what is drained. Well, how much our stamina is being drained, and if they have enough to drain it. So we're going to do another branch. And this is going to be a bit interesting. So we want to do our get stamina. We want to know, is this greater than? And then we are going to create a Boolean to do this. Now, we're not going to create a Boolean for this. We're going to have an enum. E movement type proto. All right, we're gonna have 3 movement types. We'll have walk, really tab, jog, and run. All right, and in here, and I know some things I did on my videos like that, and by sort of clicking my tongue at it. All right, we still want to select, but we're gonna do select. We can use that one, so I get the wildcard option, and we'll call this movement type. This will be a category called status. Actually, master status. We've already created it apparently. It'll be E movement type. Okay. And mark that as private. Actually, it's gonna be protected in the, no, it's gonna be private probably. We'll just expose it to be edited in Blueprint. And we want to set movement type. We're actually going to default this to, let's compile really quickly so I can just default it. We're going to default it to jog, even though that is not what the default will be. Okay, and so go under status. We'll do a, make that, I know, we'll do a duplicate of the, no. Yes, I already did that. Get movement type. Sorry about the random noises I was apparently just making there. And we want to get it. We want to get rid of this. We want to make this a pure function. And we want to add that in as a return type, but because I'm too lazy to search for it, I'd rather move the thing around and plug that in. I'll do it that way. Oh yeah. Get movement type. Boom. There we go. All right, so we will say that running costs 2.5 stamina and jogging costs 1.5 stamina. Again, these are just test numbers to see how things will go. See if I like how they're set up. Hey, Asta, welcome in. Sorry, I just missed the chat for a bit there, apparently. And Kiwi and Sam, how are all of you doing today? Asta, hello, can you do a tutorial on how to add a survival building system? Asta, I'm actually already doing that. That is in section 6 of the survival series. It's not public yet. Actually, I haven't recorded all of section 6. I'm still doing the swimming part of it, recording that section, that subsection. So it's going to have a couple of sundry bits in the middle here and there as I think of little things I want to do with it. But the 3 main parts of that system will be swimming, crafting, and a building system. Now, I will tell you, Asta, if you want to get a jump start on that, you can take a look at the basic logic of it already in the RTS series, the old one. The new one will have a very similar logic, actually it's slightly better logic. But the funny part is, what I did in the RTS actually works the same way in the survival as the new RTS does with regards to performance. Because a lot of the RTS stuff you have to cut out, you just need the building side of it, you don't have any of the extra timers. So you have one thing controlling it, the player, and the player character. In the old series, every building controlled itself. In the new series, it's going to have a building manager that controls all of them. So it's like having just one source again. It's oddly like my less performant code in one area is more performant in this other area. But if you want to take a look, it's already out, been out for a few years. But if you want it in a survival system, it's probably going to be about another 27 weeks before that video is out. Yes, and it is actually 27. Wow, that's a really long time. I need to do more videos, or edit more videos. Yeah, doing the searches sometimes I forget with UE5, the math operator change, that's odd. Using 2N, it is, Kiwi, it really is. Sam, no, you're not late. Apparently my contact really is itching. And Boppers, yes, you finally did. Welcome in, man, how are you doing? Let me compile it so I can get rid of that error, because it's driving me up the wall. Wow, I'm just gonna copy this in a moment. So we're gonna just do this. Control W, Control D, whatever, do the thing. And I'm just actually gonna plug that into there. There we go. That's literally what it is. All right. So that is our stamina system. This isn't going to be accurate, but for now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the regen system down here. And I actually am going to rename this as oxygen regen. Whoa. What? Okay, is in vacuum. Let's go to this one. This is oxygen deplete. I thought I said that earlier. And this is oxygen regen. Okay. No one saw that, right? No one saw that. Okay, so again, this isn't the full system. It's just I want to see if this is working. What I was gonna do was print, and you can also go into that same print. And we're gonna get the, oh, I'm just gonna use get salmon because that's so much easier for me to find. Oh wait, why am I just not plugging that directly in? Why do I want to append it? No, I just want the number. All right. Well, we'll see. You know what? To make this go faster, because otherwise we'll be sitting here for, well, a while. We're actually going to up this to 15 and 25. I didn't need to up the second one. I'm only using one of them. Okay. Oh, I guess it would be useful if I set a default, by the way, before we do that. I'm just going to fix that. We'll start you out at 100 as well. Okay, there we go. Oh, you know, the hilarious part about that mistake is I literally said in the tutorial series, I'm doing it this way so you don't do, you know, a mistake, and that mistake is not making your numbers negative. Oh my god, I can't believe, despite having a rant about that, I just made that mistake myself. Have you covered self-navigation AI? I've been able to find videos like Frostpunk. Yes, I cover that in the end of the original tutorial series. I cover a bit also in a standalone series that got destroyed, unfortunately, due to a dead computer on the ASAR algorithm and AI. I was going to do more on that, and I will get back to that. I have some news about that tomorrow, potentially. Hint, hint, about tomorrow's stream. But yeah, no, I have a car one, which isn't self-nav. You have to tell it where you want it to go. And then I do the AI for the original tutorial for the RTS series. That is the original RTS tutorial series, is what I meant to say. English is a language apparently I do not know anymore. I'm not sure I ever did, actually, to be fair. But in that series, I talk a lot about getting AI to do different things based on different states, needing to go places, needing to do jobs, needing to go to rest, things like that. You can just change the timers and how they're set up for, like, if you want to be based on a day-night cycle when they go, you know, at morning, wake up, at night, go to bed. But it's all in there, including how they respond to when they're afraid, when they're hungry. I was actually going to have a defection system if they got really dissatisfied with you. So here's the thing about it, like all coding, it is super simple, but notice everything I just said, and notice how even in this system right here, while this is really simple, I've gone, oh, hey, there's this other thing that's going to happen here. And I've talked about how these systems are going to interlink in this already with, I'm going to use stamina, how long the stamina has been regenning for, fear levels and things like that for the oxygen consumption rate. The heart rate will be based on stamina, fear, oxygen. These things are simple on their own. I've not played Bonfire 2, actually. I'm going to check that out now. I'm actually going to go onto Steam and have it on stream and add that into, look at that to see what it's about. But the simple, what I was going with, simple systems are simple, yeah. But when they interact with other systems, that interaction is what makes things complex. And AI is very much the same way, but because it is really fast paced, because there's a lot of little things to be aware of, because there's a lot of interactions you might not see, it can be for a lot of people daunting. It's no different than anything else. I don't know why I prefer AI coding, honestly. I like working in AI more than anything else. But just like everything else, piss poor planning leads to piss poor performance. Oh, it's mobile? I mean, I have a phone. I can also look it up there. I forgot it's a charging pad. I'm like, why did my phone just light up and start charging? There's a charging pad right next to me. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, if you watch the the survival series, and one of the prep videos for the equipment system, I'm hemming and hawing about a design thing I want to do. And I make the decision that I know what I'm going to do because previously, the real reason I was hemming and hawing that video was I knew I was going to want to change it based on what I went through in an earlier approach for it. But I'd already How do I explain this entire story? So, the version of the survival series that's on YouTube is the third recording of the series. The first one got destroyed with the computer that was destroyed with the backups that were destroyed. The second one, recorded on this computer, with this copy of OBS, well, a less updated copy of OBS, for some reason when I updated it, it changed all my outputs for my settings, and I didn't realize until I started editing the videos, about 40 videos in. It was actually the footstep video I think I had just finished. Yeah, it was the last video, section 4, I had finished when I started editing. And that's when I realized they were in 720. I had already prepped out way past that point, though, into what we just did. Oh, no. If we're talking about footsteps, that's way earlier. Yeah, no, last part of section 4. So I had the procedural generation system done, and I ran into an issue with that based on my my inventory system, based on the inventory system. So when I'm hemming and hawing in the prep video, it isn't because I don't know what I want to do. I know what I wanted to do, which was the fix I had worked out. What I didn't want to do was deviate from how I had originally done the series to show the learning process. I then decided that wouldn't work, actually, just do it the correct way, or the way I ended up doing it, and explaining why. But the point of that story, that really, really long-winded story, I'm sorry, by the way, is that I just got really distracted while I was talking there. The point of that story was that I had a system that works now. It works well, I think. But getting there, I made mistakes. I had to redo things. And I think that's what a lot of people don't enjoy about coding. It's one of the parts I don't really like. I don't like iterating coding. I really don't. I'm iterating as I go, yes, but that's actually not a good method. And also you can end up just trying to optimize yourself into nothingness. But it's about being willing to go, all right, I need to get to this point, which is what I'm doing today, actually, for example. Once I know I can do it that way, what more can I add in? Asta, I answered your question a while ago, and as I said, it's going to be in section 6 of the series. If you want to get a head start on it, you can actually use the logic from the RTS original series on it. I also went into an entire rant about how the new RTS series, which is coming out shortly, uses a different system. It's more performant than the old system. However, the old system is actually more performant in the survival series. And as Bopper said, Boppers, there's an S there. I will be covering. Yeah, he said what I said. Ow. I hit my headset as I said that. That was not a nice feeling, hitting my headset. Wait, did we see it go back up? Oh yeah, there it goes, yeah. And then when it hits 15, it's gonna drop back down. Boom, okay. It happens, man, it happens. Could be worse. Could be much, much worse. I'm not sure what I was going with there. Ignore me. All right. So, I need to set up a movement system. We'll do that later. Okay, so we have stamina. All right. Fear level. Don't know. Okay, don't ask me to name things. Put that into fear. Private. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that actually now that I've done that. Okay, well, we're gonna do what we've done for the other ones. In fact, we're gonna just do what we've been doing for the other ones anyway. We're gonna duplicate oxygen called get fear. And this will go into a category called fear. We'll rename this fear. And unlike what I did earlier today before stream, so literally no one saw that, thank God, I'll actually make sure to change that. Speaking of which, okay, those are all stamina. And that is also stamina. I did have a moment where I was doubting myself again. And then we'll do the set oxygen as set fear. And this will be delta for change, fear. Probably don't need that output, but we'll take care of that in a bit. What do you mean by can we adapt the character creation video with the survival series? What character creation video? I am clicking the wrong thing. I want to click on that. And now, boink. Bye. I thought that was going to be the wrong one, so I was about to go, no! You know what? We might not even cap the... Yeah, we will. All right. Yeah, we'll give them a max fear level. Yeah. Very mixed feelings about that. The max fear level, that is. That is not what I wanted to grab. I wanted to grab the max fear level thing. Actually, we will have a return on this. I'm not sure if it's actually going to be a Boolean or a float, but for now we'll go with Boolean. And it's going to be B is terrified. I don't know why that is making me happy, but it is. All right. Hang on. That's not what I meant. Is it above 50? So is it above half? Okay. All right, so we have fear. Take a look at my notepad again. So we're gonna do the heart rate. We're gonna find health. Also, percent health. Okay. Blueprints. I feel all right. I had a nice week. I feel much better. We're only doing welcome in, by the way. We're only doing blueprints today because I'm prototyping out stuff before I switch over to C++ because I don't entirely know what I'm doing, and if I don't know what I'm doing, Like, I am just making stuff up as I go right now. I don't like doing it in C++ because it takes longer. Yeah, it'll run better, but it takes much longer. Like I would do a character creation in my survival game, but I saw you made a video on character creation. Oh, that was for a game jam. That was a asset that we're allowed to use for the game jam. It's honestly not that well made. But it is not something that I own, therefore it is not something I can teach. If I had a model with the correct morph targets already set up, I would gladly write a tutorial on it. I know how to do one. I just don't personally own a 3D model with the morph targets set up that I could use for that series. So if somebody is willing to donate one for the series that other people can download for free and use non-commercially, then yeah, I would be more than willing to do a tutorial on it, but it's just I lack the ability in the 3D art department side of things to do that. I could do the blueprint or the C++ character creation component of it. Kiwi, I don't know, but yeah, the word terrified makes me happy too. It's why I enjoy making horror-style aspects or projects. Fear is chaos and is beautiful. I mean, that's the reason why I'm trying to make this UI like as crowded as I can. Like, there's going to be a thing here that actually is just literally reading out what you're doing in the game. There'll be alert. I haven't decided what side the alerts are going to be on. Like, in my head, originally they were going to be here. Now that I think I'm going to have them here. But one of these two sides will have alerts. Like, hey, this thing has just happened. You need to be aware of it. Or one side will have status alerts, like, in vacuum, low oxygen, things like that. And down here on this side, I will have I already said the readout thing. And objectives up here. Like, it's meant to feel really claustrophobic. I really want to, these will fade away. Like, these things will vanish, so it won't be always there. It won't always be a distraction. But I do want to have a bottom bit of a helmet here, just to make the player feel even more, like, stuck in. Like, that would be really a cool feature, I think. Sam, I'll talk to you about that one later. About the character idea thingy. Why did I go into that? I want to be in here. Alright, so what I'm doing is this little bit here. So I'm just going to start prototyping it out on the graph here. Just let's kind of ignore what I'm doing. I'll talk you through it as I do it. So I know I want stamina. I know I want fear. I'm just going to actually name this fear instead of fear level, since I didn't name it stamina level. But I did name it oxygen level. So yeah, no, fear level is fine. We'll go back to fear level. Immersed, yeah. I mean, no, not immersed, because, like, well, it is immersion. It is a form. I'm just adjusting the camera. It is a form of immersion, but I want to go for that horror vibe, that uncomfortable, everything is just off vibe. And I want to make that almost come through in the claustrophobia of the screen. Visual storytelling is not my strong point. I want health. I'm actually going to get max health too. Because even though I know what the number is going to be, in case I change it, it'll be better to use the variable instead of using an L value. R value. Instead of using an R value. I think. I always get L and R values backwards. So we have health, fear, stamina, and oxygen. And I'm probably going to want max as well for that one. You know what? Actually, these are going to become structures, by the way, in C++. I'm just going to make these structures since they're paired anyway. We're going to get all of these. Sorry, I was just looking at my notes, and I had a moment where I'm wondering if I want to change something up. Because the way I explained it earlier isn't what I have in my notes. So I now have two narratives in my head for what I wanted to do with something. Let me just bring it back onto screen, and we'll talk about it really quickly. So, as I said, we're doing the heart rate, and we're doing the amount of oxygen being consumed. What I actually might do is tie the two together. We're already double dipping in fear, which isn't a good idea. It's a curve graph. It's a regression. Right. So we have a model of... Sorry, I'm thinking about this in a maths way in my head. So I'm trying to figure out, in terms of linear regression, we have a model of X that explains Y, or explains the variance that we see, a percentage of the variance we see in Y. For anyone who actually knows what a linear regression is, yes, you can yell at me later. I'm trying to think simply here. So X predicting Y. Now, what happens if Y... No, it's not a regression. It's populations. I am double dipping into a population. That's a stat analogy I'm looking for. Okay. And I'm claiming that they're different when they're not. Have I done anything with fear? No, I've just created... Okay. So let's just take a step back then and look about how we do fear. What is fear going to be based on? Event additions, proximity, low oxygen. Okay. And this is again times... You know, I should stop calling it effect weight, or effect rate. It is weight, actually. That's the only one that won't have it, is the events. They'll have, each event will have a, how much is this going to add to the fear thing? Okay. And then the fear regen, or actually this is depletion technically, because we're getting rid of fear. That will be time. Okay, so proximity, no proximity. Oxygen above a certain percent. So these are conditions. And time. Okay. Let's just set this up. We're going to do a custom event for that really quickly. And we're going to call this trigger fear event. Let me just think about how we're actually going to do that. You know what? Fear event. It's polymorphic. We don't need to... The other function is polymorphic, not this one. We'll actually have a fear timer going the entire time as well. If I need to reduce timers later, I reduce them later. Let's not overthink this too much, though. Put this to a variable, and this will be our stamina timer handle. Let's just duplicate this, minus that actually, because I can't rename that one. It's the same one. And this will be our fear. Promote that to a variable as well, so we can turn this timer off if we need to. Called fear th timer handle again for those who didn't hear me the first time on that one, or watch my videos on that one. Right. So. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be a bunch of branches. It's just a status check. It's a status check. Okay. So, I have a feeling that, that's not what I want. I'm gonna actually need to collapse this down pretty quickly to a function so I can get a local variable. Yeah, I'm almost certain of it. I actually might make this itself. Ooh. Yeah, we're just gonna collapse this down and just go with that for now. This will be our it's gonna have a return. You know what? It's also not gonna be a local variable. I'm actually gonna make it a no, it will be local. I was just trying to justify this not being a pure function. It's a pure function, I think. Yeah, it's a pure function. We're not actually setting anything. We're gonna do that here. We'll worry about the is terrified stuff later on. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with that, to be fair. Like, it just was, I clicked the wrong thing. I had to go all the way back like that. Yeah. Okay. So, right, and we're gonna call this delta fear local. And we're gonna just set it there to 0. And then we're gonna set it here. Now, what I do want to be exposed as things we can change are going to be no oxygen. Actually, it's going to go into the effects category. So how much fear are we going to gain if we have no oxygen? We're just going to repeat this over and over again. All right, so the next branch, which we're going to bypass, this is going to be an internal, a nested branch. We want to know, are we under, I have 50, so 25 is what I'm going to do for that. Okay, so we want to know, are we at least at 0.25, because this will return. Yeah. All right. Will be less than or equal to 0.25. Okay. Right, and then we're going to rejoin I hate watching you go through here and blueprint like it's nothing. I still don't comprehend. Just so all I'm doing, if you like listen to how I'm talking about things, is I'm thinking about, all right, how am I gonna do this math? It's all just how do I get an answer to a question. So here's my question: what is my fear level? That's the question I'm answering. What's my fear level? Well, it's gonna be event additions, which we don't worry about. So let's ignore that, and I'll explain why in a moment. But your logic can be whatever you want it to be. It's going to be how close somebody is near to an enemy, and it's going to be the amount of oxygen that they have. And from there, what it is, oh yeah, so the bespoke one is literally just something that's going to be a trigger that doesn't go through this. It'll just use a set fear, and it'll just add an amount in. So what we're doing here then is we need a way to change fear. We need a way to do this calculation of this proximity and low oxygen, which I've broken out to be no oxygen and low oxygen. So from there, all I have to do is, all right, I need a variable. I need a number that I'm going to pass out. Well, here's that number. It's a local variable. I don't even need to set it here. Every time we come through here, because it's a local, it's going to be 0. But I like doing that just to be on the safe side, because every so often you're doing nested things and you're not resetting it when you should be. Like, you can't accidentally reset it at the wrong spot. I mean, you could, but doing it at the start like this, I'm not going to reset it at the wrong spot. Now, if I reset it over here by mistake, different story. But technically, I don't need this. It's just a better safety check. From there, we're doing this oxygen thing I mentioned, the low oxygen stuff here. We're just split out. So we just go, all right, well, what makes more sense to check first? If we have any oxygen, or if we're at low oxygen. And my thought process was, well, if we have low oxygen, then we might have no oxygen. So if we have no oxygen, then we already know we don't need to check the low oxygen. We can just bypass that check. So let's go with no first. And then if we do have oxygen, we do the check about if it's low or not. It's just literally how you want to break up the idea of that simple equation. Proximity and oxygen. I know it sounds like that's how you have to think about it. At least that's how I have to think about it to work my way through this stuff. All right, so if this is true, I don't think we're going to do the times weight. I think that is, I've replaced the times weight by just doing this thing. But we're going to duplicate that into low oxygen. And we're just going to take all of this, because like I said, this is going to repeat over and over again. And we're going to just switch out the no oxygen here for the low oxygen. Now this one we don't have to worry about being negative, because yeah, we will clamp it though, just to be on the safe side. Right, then we're going to do proximity. So we're going to have another branch, and this is where everything comes back together. So we'll have an oxygen section, and we'll have a proximity section. The reroutes don't add anything in except for readability, and because I'm just going to toss the other one down here into that reroute that is put in a second ago, like that. Okay. So all of this is our oxygen effect on fear. That's all that is. That's just that little bit of that equation. Now, to be fair, in C++, that would actually be a much simpler way. It'd be much faster to write that out. Yeah. Right. So from there, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do proximity, which we don't have a system for. So we need to think about that one. But we do know we're setting our delta fear. And just so I don't mess things up, we're going to take the delta fear, just plug that in. For adding 0, and I'm not resetting it, I'm just not changing it. And then that is the end of this, actually. We return. And we're going to want to also make sure that we return the same thing off the false here. And we just take the delta fear and pass that out. Go back here. Oh, I know what I'm going to do with this terrified. Okay, that's a surprise for later. I had a mechanic in mind earlier, and now I'm definitely going to do it. It fits well with that. Alright, so how do I want to work out this proximity thing? It could just be a flat number. If you're close to something, ask your question. Feel free to ask any question you want. That's what we're here for. Until people talk, I'm just rambling at the camera so that it isn't just me sitting here in silence doing stuff. So we can do a flat number based on where, sorry, not where, based on the character is Proximus, and proximity to, whatever the fear trigger event thingy is, or character that's hunting them, or what have you. We could do it for how long they're being hunted for. Ooh. On the 3D bit of software? Or do you mean in Unreal when you're rotating it around to fit it somewhere? For me, that one depends on... Oh, how... Okay, so what's this first... So for you, when you think about a game like that, when you were to write out the play cycle, just don't think about the menus, don't think about things like that, think about the gameplay cycle. Okay, so that's your question. How do you tell when you've clicked an item and make it rotate until it joins? Okay, so think about this for a moment. How many questions? There's 3 questions in there, at least in my head. There's 3 ways I can split that up. What is the first question you need to answer? And while you do that, I'm killing my camera because I am gagging for the thing that makes me cough. But I'm still here. I'll still be talking. I'm muted the microphone. Sorry. What I was saying was, doesn't matter like what the 3 I see are. What is the smallest part of the thing you have written out that you see? What is that first thing that you need to know? And think really small. Think as small as possible. Well, not as small as possible. Like, you don't need to know how images are rasterized to a screen. I hope. Not for a game like that. So let me actually get into the window. Like I'm supposed to do. Parker Simpson Blue. I'm not sure I get that reference. I might be being an idiot. It's entirely possible. I know Zima Blue. It's a nice shade for a pool tile, especially if you're a robot. Somebody like in 6 months is gonna watch that part of the VOD and go, "Oh, he made a reference to that show." This is a Benson and Hedge Silver. Ah, yeah. So I did give you the right answer. Benson Hedge Silver. Because they're really Marlboros in the UK. Seriously, Marlboro and Benson Hedges allegedly switched their labels around, and I can tell you, when I have Marlboro in the US, it's like smoking a Benson Hedge here. I should not be advertising cigarettes in any regard. Smoking is bad. I'm trying to quit. I'm doing a really bad job of it, though, as you can tell. But yeah, so, Boppers, what is the smallest part of that game that you have in that set? Okay, so in that process, clicking the pipe to get to rotate, what is that first thing you need to do? Besides getting the pipes on screen, that is. So, yeah, you want to get it on screen? Okay. I forgot how much the chat is lagging behind where I'm at. It's really, really hard sometimes to tell, like, where in the conversation the person's responding to and where I'm at in it. Like, it's, yeah. I'm hoping the came with the, okay, what's the smallest part of the three pipes? It's a simple problem. Very simple. Don't think about it in coding. Think about it, well, do think about it in terms of coding, but in terms of logic. I'm going to give you an example. If I wrote a recipe out for baking cookies, and this is the actual example that the first example I was ever given for pseudocoding, and I love this example. It stuck with me for my entire life. I got it from Interplay in their... Wow, the wind just blew over my my recycling bin. Okay, so recipe for cookies. Tells you to put flour into the thing, sugar, chocolate chips, what have you, mix it, put them onto the baking tray. Computer follows that all perfectly fine. It runs into a problem at the very end. It says, put the baking tray in the oven. The computer fails to put the baking tray in the oven. It just stands in front of the oven, unsure what to do. What step is missing? And it's that missing step that you need to think about in this. You have the step, by the way. You wrote it out, funnily enough. I just want you to recognize it as its own standalone thing. Once you recognize its own standalone thing, it becomes a lot easier. As you do that, what was I saying about proximity? So I can do a flat rate or I can do time. No, we're already getting time based on this, so it's going to be a flat rate based on time. Okay, so I know what we're going to do. We're going to do proximity. This one's going to be a bit weird. They should all be private, by the way, but we're going to really worry about the proximity one because we're going to actually do something with this. We're going to create a function called set proximity fear. We're going to call it weight. And we're just going to drop this into fear. We need here is a branch. We need to find this proximity. We want to set it. And we want to do a select node. Okay. So first, I actually do want this to be around. This is going to be is in proximity. We want to default that to false. I know it will be true. I know that error message is going to come up. So think about that cookie question for a bit and let me know what you come up with. Why couldn't the computer get the finish the recipe? Okay. So if it is in proximity, then we're going to do that. If it isn't, then what we're going to do is this. And I just pulled off the wrong one. We're going to do that. So this is going to create a priority system. So if we're not in proximity to something, we're just going to set the proximity. So this is new proximity weight. So we're going to set the effect if they get into proximity, if they're not already. So this is if You walk up to the first time you run into a monster or an enemy or what have you, and your fear starts kicking in. There we go. You walk away, you're no longer in it. You've killed the thing, you've escaped it, what have you. You're no longer in it. Well, there we go. But if, let's say, you run into two monsters, two enemies, two what have you, and they have different levels of how much they're terrifying, then we will pick the higher of the two. So we're going to take this, and we want to see if it's already greater to, see if it's greater to what we already have. So let's grab effects. It's in effects. Proximity. I saw that you posted up. Give me 1 second. It's 3 a.m. Well, let me ask you this question. How do you put cookies into an oven? It's not a trick question. Think about it in a very dumb but simple way. Or think about the old joke. How do you get an elephant into a refrigerator? That joke also is the exact example too, which is hilarious. So if this is true, then we want to do that. That did not come out the way I wanted it to, but okay. What I want is for those to line up, not that. I don't care about you being there. And for that to line up. There we go. And then if not, we just use the original proximity. Hands how? What do your hands do? Okay. I have been in Visual Studio too long. I just hit Control B. I even thought about it for a moment, like, oh yeah, it's Control B. Okay. Ba-bum. All right, so that's how we're doing proximity. Have we actually plugged that into there? We did. Okay. Actually, we're going to do, because that doesn't reduce it. We're going to do a select node here as well. I want the trident. I actually know it's a branch, but I call it the trident. We want to know, is this greater to 0? Okay. If it is, then we would just want the delta fear to go in there. If not, then give me a second. We're just going to duplicate this down here because I want to actually do something completely different instead. We're going to do a branch. Step 1 isn't rotating the pipe. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's putting the cookies in the oven. Rotating the pipe is putting cookies in. Eating the cookies would be making sure the pipes line up in the analogy. All right, I'm not need to stop thinking about how I'm going to test this. We're just going to yeah. Right, and what we're going to do here, if this is false, is I don't know if that's right. I really don't. Okay, this one I do know we want to do a multiply. This one's going to be negative for this to work. See, I didn't make the mistake twice. How do you know what to rotate? Let me ask you that question. Trust me, the reason why you're not getting it isn't about your ability. It's because it's so simple that you're not going to think about it normally. It's that kind of thing. It isn't... once you start thinking about like the really obvious stuff that you would normally overlook, things start clicking in. Like, I'm literally doing that as I'm doing this. Like, what is the most obvious thing I'm overlooking? And there's a lot. I already know that there are going to be little things where I'm like, oh, this isn't working right. Or it looks like it is, but it isn't in reality. And this is actually going to be one of them once I figure out what the heck I'm doing. I'm just going to make a curve because I have a curve in my head for how this is working, but thanks, autosave. Okay, okay, 100. I want to create a, like... kind of, actually, just put another point in here, actually. We're going to do it at 0.5 and 50. Okay. That's kind of what I want to have as the effect. Okay. So we'll do... is our reduction time. Sorry, I'm tilting my head that way because the microphone is literally blocking that part of the screen for me. So I'm like, I can't see what I'm doing. We're gonna set it to 0 here. I have no idea if this is gonna work. Literally no idea. And then we're going to do it here to 0.1 just for now. Because I don't know if it's going to work. I'm not going to make a variable for that. Plug that into there. Oh, there is something wrong with that math. You know what we're going to do instead? You know, this could just be a clamp. What? Okay. Yeah, no, this one is just going to be a clamp. No. Clamp float between 0 and 100. Oh, just break. Come on. Break, 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 break. That goes that way. And that goes over here. Okay. And actually, that goes into there. Right. And then we can still take this bit. I'm not sure why I copied the reroute. Okay, well, pretend I didn't do that. Just, yeah. Or the code I just moved off screen. All right. There we go. Simpler. Much, much simpler. We need a float curve. We need a compile. And we need our fear reduction curve. There we go. And we want to do this by doing get float value. Have I created a thing for you? I have. Okay. And here we're just going to create some debug keys really quickly. They will be spacebar, flip-flop, and what we'll do is grab this, and we'll do crux. Did I already mark that as private but not create something for it? Has proximity, or is in proximity. Oh, I think it'd be useful as grabbing the right component. All right, and then we're gonna do proximity again. That actually just made me realize something. I must head to bed. I'll check out your RTS tutorial, hopefully during it, your riddle. It's not in the RTS. Think about it simply. What is the first thing you have to do to rotate that pipe? Besides getting the pipe onto the screen. So we don't need this anymore. I actually am going to create another function for this. Sorry, I just realized what I want to do with this. It's going to be a set is in proximity. Okay. So if that is true, and we branch, and on false, we set our proximity set it as a pipe. There you go. Now, what's the next thing? What do you have to do between having it on screen and rotating it? By the way, if you can't get the facial expressions and why I'm just literally doing this, it's the hint. Okay. Back to what I was actually doing. What was I doing? Besides the word I can't say, because that's the answer to the question. Right, I was checking something. Yeah, I removed it from there. Okay. That's what I wanted to check. Well, that makes life easier. Then what we do is set proximity fear weight here to 0. Actually, I lied. What we do here is do a select node. The thing I was doing is the answer to the question, by the way. And what I'm failing to do right now, oh my god, come on. Please, thank you. Every so often, I really hate putting reroutes in for that reason. So if it is in proximity, if not false, is 0. That's what we want to do. If it's false, we go in here. This is false. This is set to 0. There we go. That is what I'm looking to do. If it isn't, then we're going to take whatever is coming into here. Okay. And okay, there we go. So it's 2 arguments for this one, or 2 parameters. Oh, sweet, literal, come on. How do I go from making it on screen to being able to rotate? I don't know how you do that. I mean, I'm not entirely sure myself. That was less subtle that time, I realized what I'm hinting at. Sorry, I just heard a noise outside that caught my ear. Okay, now we go here. And we did not need to delete both parts of that. And this is going to be set prox. Again, it would be much more helpful to have the right component selected. Set is in proximity. I'm just going to be really lazy about this. And apparently not get Control D to work. Boom. Yes. We'll give it a weight of 15. And then we'll give it a weight of that. And then we'll go back into here. Unpin this. Duplicate this down here. find fear level. Like I said, it's really simple. Really, really simple. The first thing you have to do is tell, where have you clicked? Have you clicked the thing? From there, it's really simple node use and a lot more actually 3D work that you have to think about, like origin points. Okay, so if we hit play. Oh, yeah, no, what we need to also do to prevent that from happening misclamp this. Oh. Okay. That's the wrong type of float. Oh, okay. Oh, the way I'm doing it, I could just reverse the direction of the graph. Make this 100. Thanks, autosave. Make this 100. And make this 0. And then kind of reverse what I was doing there. There we go. Comes up above, but whatever. If I can work out the formula for what I want there, I'll use a mathematical formula instead. Sure, there's more an efficient way than what I'm about to do, but whatever. So we only want this to go off if it's greater than 0. No. Okay, yeah, no, it's not going to work at all. I already see the bug with it. Sorry, I'm just shifting on my seat. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, that's not going to work what I'm doing. Okay, so for those of you who haven't worked out, if the fear isn't already at 100, like if I do it now with the way I have it set up. All right. And I start reducing. Oh, I picked a really small number. Let me put this back to a reasonable number so you can see what I'm talking about. And then I'm going to show you a different reasonable number to give you an idea of why this is not reasonable. All right. There we are. We're at 100. And you can see it's reducing. Right? That looks like it's working. It looks like it's good. Sure, the numbers are a bit weird, but it looks like it's good. Okay. I'm gonna hit play. I'm gonna wait for that thing to vanish so you can see the numbers more clearly. Hit spacebar. We're gonna wait for it to get to, say, about 20. Okay, hit spacebar again. It's at 100. That's the problem with that curve graph, because it automatically jumps to where the person's at. So what we could do for this instead is actually use fear level. Oh, I don't like that. Give me a moment just to think about this. Actually, I have an idea now. Yeah, I think I do. I think I actually have an idea for what I want to do. Just gonna double check one of my notes on something completely unrelated, because it, interestingly enough, might have the answer to my question. Just... there for now. All right, so what I'm gonna do is just break this all for a moment. This is gonna go back to 100. Oh, that's what I've been trying to do. There we go. Okay. I know I could just do a negative number instead, but I'm under the clamp. I unselected the wrong one. Right, let's just put that into there for now. This is really messy looking, I know. I know. Trust me, I know. Yep, you gotta know if it's clicked on it. That is the first thing you really need to know. So you have to work out how to detect the click. And I will tell you that there is a example of that in the RTS series. Fairly early on, it's in the building section. Right. Sorry, I have to move this to the other window, and I'm going to just restart this so I can watch what's happening. I've added a breakpoint. Oh. This is a hacky solution, but we'll make it a little bit less hacky. Now it should be 0.1. Hit play. I screwed something up. Hopefully no one saw that. I didn't plug it into the right thing. Yeah. And where's Max Fear? Looks I accidentally deleted that. Okay. Trying it again. Just plugged into the correct spot. Okay. Bring that over. 0.01. Yeah, it's 1%. 0.1 would be 10%. All right, so let's remove this. And then let's hit spacebar again. All right, I want a much smaller number there just for this test. Also, we need to reverse the graph now in terms of where the slow spot is and where the fast spot is. There we go. Okay, so it's just a number being off that made it really wonky. But there we go. We have a sphere system that's based on the amount of, or how long the person's been, well, afraid for, based on a curve. Okay, so that is that system set up. Let's just clean this nightmare up. Also, this is now going to be called, this is now Delta Fear. Okay, so, well, we don't need that anymore. Give me 1 second. I'll be back in a moment. Sorry about that. All right, back to cleaning this up. Really don't mind it being messy, but I actually have to use this later on as my blueprint, literally, for setting up the C++ side of things. I do want this to be something I can read easily. All right, and this is now our fear curve. Okay. Wow, a lot has actually gone into the fear system compared to everything else here. I just want to point out how much has gone into that. All right. Well, cool. All right, let's bring this back over. So we have our fear stuff done, minus, well, this is done. We don't have anything to implement it. Technically, well, no, we're not. We're implementing this the same way we would actually implement that later on. Actually, we're going to do this as stamina use proportion. I'm not even going to look at this fella. Purport. Okay. Just so I don't laugh at myself further for the fact that I'm using a real word. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the word irksome is a word. Actually, we'll make it an even split between stamp. Yeah, we'll make it an even split between the two. We will need a third event, though. And what we'll do for this is set oxygen consumption rate. All right, set oxygen consumption rate. Okay. And so for this, what we'll do is, well, we're going to get oxygen consumption rate. We need another variable. Base rate. We need something called base rate. Okay. So let's grab fear and stamina levels. Okay, so with the fear and stamina levels, oh, I know what we're going to do. We're going to divide these. And then I'm going to open up an Excel sheet just so I can do the math not in my head. All right, Excel's opening the other window. So let's do current max. This will be stamina. This will be fear. Let's say this is 25. Oh, okay. That's actually not going to be in the code. Well, this will be, but not this one. All right, let's do this at 50. So what I should see at the end of all my math is 0.5 and 0.15, if I've done the mental math right. It's actually really easy mental math, but because I'm doing this on stream, I'm panicking. And I'm pretty sure that's not the wrong number. It's like 12 point something. All right, so 100. Sorry, no, that should be 0.25 by the time I'm done. And this actually then should be yeah. Don't know where I got the other numbers from. So okay. Adjust for weight. This is the wrong math. It's I'll have to use a different number in a moment to make sure this is actually working right. Okay. Pretty sure it's multiply. Yeah, it's multiply. Now, before we actually continue with that, I need to work out what the heck I'm doing with this. So, 75. Hang on. Set this both to 50. Let's actually set these both to 100. This one's the one that needs the adjust. Okay, so this is wrong. Okay, there we go. Okay, that is right. That is what I'm looking to do with my math here. So, well, I was wrong about what I want to plug that one into. You're going to start there. You don't get adjusted. Because as you get higher, you are proportional to this. You're inverse. So you become subtract from 1. Because we're working... If you crash... All right, so we're gonna take 1 from that. That gets put into there. Insert my fear. All right, my consumption rate is not going up for some reason. Oh. Because I put it on the wrong thing. Okay. So my fear is going up. My consumption rate is not. Oh. I mean, that shouldn't have actually... I mean, that's something we need, but that shouldn't have been causing the issue that I was seeing. Oh, well, also it'd be helpful if I put it into the right variable, I guess. Okay. Well, clearly we need to do some more math there. But hey, the system's working. The numbers are just bad. Oh, I'm trying to find the floating box that's down there. Okay, that's introduced me to another error. Really nice. So we paused the timer, which I want to do, but we also want to unpause the timer. So what we're going to do is when we get in, set is in vacuum, we are going to do a check if the oxygen timer handle, we want to do not, always get the wrong not when I do this. We want to do not equal, not bool. So if we are not in a vacuum, then we want to check, is the timer handle paused? So is paused. If it is, per what we just saw happen there, then we want to unpause it. Actually, you know what? No, we're gonna actually have events happen here. It's clamped. We're fine. We're gonna have other things happen off that false, actually. And so having, yeah. All right, let's get this back down to 0. Make sure that it actually does regen oxygen. That bug, yes, it is a bug if I left it plugged in, but I was gonna remove it anyway, and there's a reason why I had it there was because in case it didn't clamp during testing. But I've always planned to have a health event off of that. All right, let's go to our floating cube. What's concerning is I hit spacebar a while ago. And I'm just gonna switch windows really quickly to see if it's actually doing what it should be doing. Okay, it is. Okay, well, hey, there is another thing we need to fix. And this one's fairly simple. We're going to do the same down there in a moment anyway. I should probably move them all at once, but whoops. All right. Clamp, float between 0 and 1. And likewise, clamp between 0 and 1. Play. Okay. Okay. Right. We've been out of oxygen for us, just staring at the screen going, what the heck? Okay. I like you can see the top of the EV pack just swaying above his head slightly. So we just want this to get back to. Oh, somebody hit spacebar. Just make sure that's actually working. It is. Okay. Oh, it is going down finally. Okay. Just takes ages for it to lower. Okay, so our systems are working. The numbers are just way, way off, but I'm going to tool around with them just a tiny bit. We're actually going to change this from every half second to every... Yeah, every 0.1. Okay. And then... okay. And I need to make notes to set my health system up. There was something I wanted to do here. What did I want to do? Oh, I know what I want to do. Okay, just doing some mental math in my head here. Let's say we want an oxygen tank to last an hour in real time at normal oxygen consumption level. All right. I still have Excel open. Okay. So time 60, rate timer 0.1. Okay. That's what I thought. Is it Divido? Okay. Is it though? So I don't feel that's right. Because if we do 600 times 0.1, it brings us to 60. We don't want to do 60. I actually need to write this out. I can't do this without writing. Let's say, where's my notebook for this sort of stuff? Okay, so we have a timer, a period, a max. Oh, this is really easy math. Why am I having such a hard time doing this? Like, this is basic math I've done so many times in my job. So it's 60 divided by, sorry, 100 divided by 60 is what we're looking for. That was really simple math. It's 100 divided by 60. So that's every minute. And then it's that value divided by our timer. Multiplied by our timer. Okay. I think I've done that right. Doesn't seem right. Because if I hit play now, that's going to be done in less than an hour. At least I think it will be. Don't like how fast that's ticking down. Okay, that might be an hour. So the math for this is hour divided by max multiplied by timer. Okay. That was actually really simple. All right, so let's go back to that notepad, see what we have left. Done fear, we've done oxygen consumption rate. Okay, let's do our health system. And that's going to be pretty straightforward as far as I can tell. It's going to be just like any other health system I have ever done. And I'm just double checking my notes to make sure I haven't said anything weird. In it, I have not. That's a first. No swearing at myself in my notes, for example. All right. In this case, we actually won't be polymorphic. Oh, we already are. Yeah, we've already done this. Cool. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take 5 health away on this. There we go. So we'll set this value to -5. And no, we are dead there. Okay. And just make sure that works. Let's just up the Why is the consumption rate going down? Just 1 second. What? I grabbed the wrong one. Don't die while I'm doing this. Oh, because we stopped moving. We were regaining stamina. Okay, so I think I need enough. You know what? I'm just going to reduce the oxygen max to 1. Actually, I'll do it 5. 2. I have no idea what... I should have checked what we actually were at when I stopped that one. Okay. Let's set up the fear level. That massive spike is because our stamina gets depleted really quickly right now. Like in less than 5 ticks. Let's stand still for a moment so I get my stamina back at least. You can see I'm regaining stamina with that going down. Alright, what's my stamina at? That was useful. Apparently I hit a key, because... What? Oh, I see what's happening while it's doing weirdness. Cool. It automatically is depleting stamina when I get to the right amount, which is why the number is flickering like that. Come on. You know, at this rate, we are going to just set it to, get it at 2%. That barely... So I got the numbers right, at least. Let's do 0.4% oxygen left. Well, at least we know those are working right. Much to my chagrin. Alright, we're nearly out of oxygen. Finally. Okay. Now we can just wait for our character to die. One would hope. By the way, I'm dead. Okay, so the character died. That event is firing correctly. Cool. Also, before I forget to do this... always. Right. I think that says it for all of them. Yeah, it does. Good. Ba-bum. So we have our health system, our stamina, and now we need to do our heart rate. We'll do heart rate every half second as well, so let's create a new event for that. Alright, this can go here, so I at least know what that's for. These can come down, because these are related to the one we're about to do. And that is... heart rate event. Okay, and right, and promote this to a variable called heart rate th. Sorry, again, can't see that part of my screen, so I do have to dip my head down to see it. I guess we have that in health. Max health. I swear we did heart rate already. I guess we didn't. Cool. Okay. So this will be heart rate. And I'm going to do a little bit of Googling. And I'm going to look up average resting heart rate on the moon. The Atlantic has an article on Neil Armstrong's heart rate. I do not consent. Okay. So we'll do the base rate at 70 based on Aldrin's, actually. And yeah. So heart rate. We're gonna do this as a integer, actually. And now we're Googling something else related to this. I don't want the calculation for... No, I don't want that. Yeah, 106 actually is more realistic, by the way. So we're probably going to do around 100 as a starting point. I mean, that's not a correct question, but I just want to see what the answer to this one. Oh, they didn't. Oh, okay. Thank you. Like, everyone's like, what the hell the expected rate is. I want, like, what is not a healthy rate? We're going to go with 250 as our max. Hertz rate. Hertz. Rent-a-car. All right. Let's duplicate. Oh, we'll set this as 100. And this will be max heart rate, which we'll set to, what did I say? Let's just do 280. I can't remember what I said. And I want from here a heart rate timer handle. I'm like, I can't see it. I'm blind. Where is the dang thing? All right. All right, let me take a look at the equation I've started to set up for this. And we're going to do a percent of the amount of stamina they have, so it'll be proportion again. The lower the stamina, the more they're doing, the higher their heart rate. Okay, so we're going to just... So... the lower the stamina, the more they're doing. Alright, so that remains the same from before. Sphere times a weight. Oxygen is stamina, that has to be inversed. And health has to be inversed. Okay. So, stamina, health, oxygen get inversed. Okay, so we want to take our oxygen levels, and you know what I'm going to do is pop over here and steal this. This calculation is slightly off. Knew something about how his jumping was wrong, but not what. All right. This should be times, not each other, but 0.5. And this is also 0.5. Okay, there we go. All right, and so for this, what we're gonna do is, I'll come back here. Copy all of this actually, and bring it down here. All right, so you're done. So we can get rid of fear. And yeah, I decided not to change it up clearly. We can get rid of this. We can duplicate this. Actually, we can duplicate this again and again. And oxygen level goes into this one, just because it was the closest. And max goes into that one. Okay. I could probably reduce this down to one timer. But we'll do that later. All right, there we go. Again, prototyping stuff. What am I missing? Oh, there's 4 of them. Okay. So... I'm going to give you only 10% of the overall. Let's give you... Actually, let's give you... 25%. And 25%. Okay. This is going to increase it only, though. Oh, no, it won't. We'll have decrease. Will we though? Will we? Oh, 600. 60 and max heart rate. All right, just to be weird, we're gonna put this in the update in the wrong spot. Just want to find where it is. There it is. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and we go to the widget, and in here we need our consumption rate is done. Nope, heart rate. And this will be update. Update heart rate. And we are going to do set second details. And plug that into there. We'll format text. So set second details. By the way, each of these is the same widget. There are 2 text fields in them. And the second one is the second details, is what I'm calling it here. So it's the text part 2. And we are going to format. And what we'll do is we'll do rate BPM. And we're going to add a integer input called heart rate. We will do to text from integer. That will go into rate. Let's pop that open. And minimum is 2, maximum is 3. Do not use grouping. Okay. I don't know what the starting number is going to be. 300. All right, I've done something horribly, horribly wrong. Oh, I have no oxygen. Yeah, of course my character was panicking. Shit. All right, let's drop that back to the default amount. Okay. Yeah, 300 is still a bit shocking there. Also, let's just, before we do that a third time, fix that. Okay. Why are we 300 though? We can't be 300. We've done something wrong. We're not updating correctly. Oh, you know what we've done wrong? Which is kind of surprising, because we haven't actually called anything up. Update heart rate. Okay. And then we'll get heart rate here. In fact, actually, this would be better on one timer. Besides being more performant. All right, let's increase the fear. Why were we already at 280? 280 is our max. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it might be helpful if I didn't put the wrong variable in. All right, now let's add some fear in. There we are. Woohoo! Oh. Okay. All right, what we're gonna do is different. Okay. We can't lerp. It's not a float. All right, we are making it into a float, and we're going to hide the fact that it's a float. And we'll hide the fact that it's a float by hiding what it prints out. Hey, Sam. I have several plans for them, yes, but time, effort, money, energy. We're going to set these to 0. And so the minimum here is 2 with a max of 3. So if we hit play, okay. Let's try it this way. Minimum is 2, maximum is 3. What the heck number is coming in here? Okay. Just gonna plug that back in for a moment. Let's go back to here and see what I screwed up. Like not plugging that in. All right. Let's just make sure that what we've done is working. Of course, the fear issue. Yeah. Math is way off there, clearly. Right, so we don't need that. We don't need the truncate. Okay, so just trying to think of the numbers I need. Okay. So it's gonna go up, and it's gonna go up too high. We can take care of that in a minute. I just had an idea for something. Ah. Okay, so we're gonna get 25% of that. I'll fix the names in a moment. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna check, is this value that we're passing out of here less than what it was the last time we checked it? If it is, we're gonna take that difference and subtract it from, if the new, what's coming out, is less than the old, then we're gonna subtract the old from the new. And we are going to get a negative number. That's what we're going to plug into our heart rate. All right. And we're going to select node off of this to do this. All right, so if new, just move this to the side. All right. So if our new rate is less than our old rate. So if our new rate is less than our old rate, then we want to take the difference between the two and send that to our heart rate. Actually, no, we're gonna do this a different way. We're gonna use a branch, and I have a reason for this. It's actually old we set here. And we use new to set it. There we go. If our old is less than our new, and we do all this fun stuff, right? So if it is not less than the old, then it's our new. And then we take that and add that in and do that. Bump. Again, we'll clean this up in a bit. If, on the other hand, then we still set it to new. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, that shouldn't have happened anyway, but what? All right, let's increase fear. All right, let's take half of it now instead. As long as we don't hit... Kind of weird how it just jumped there once. Alright, let's reduce fear. I swear I saw it spike earlier. It's going to take a moment for that. There we go. I might have been too clever with this. I'm going to try this a different way. I'm not happy with this. Or I've done something backwards in my math. As stamina goes down, this goes up. Interesting. I'll just explain some of the weirdness. And let's make sure we didn't make that mistake over here. Okay, that would explain why that was going odd. Okay. And now our consumption rates make a bit more sense too. Well, I died earlier because I had no health. Heh. All right. What is increasing our consumption rate right now? All right, let's do that. Monitor our heart rate. There we go. And what I want to check. All right, we kind of got it to 120. Let's slow it down again. And while it's slowing down, let's just take a look at the numbers. Let me kill the camera. Not the microphone this time. Okay, so I see some glitches in the math, like the heart rate going up as the fear is reducing. Because the change in a value, thus, yeah. So I'm not a fan of the math I've used here. I might replicate what we did for our fear system. It's still adding. Wait, no, it's going down. Never mind. It's reducing just very slowly. It's adding every few beats, though. You know, we might just use a curve. I can cheat that way. Yeah, we're going to use a curve, I think. So at 0, this will be 60. And at 1... this will be 260 or 280. This will be heart rate curve. Type float curve. We'll plop our float curve in there. And the reason why we're going to use this, I guess, if it works the way I think it will, is because it will allow us to go up and down it without actually having to worry about mins and maxes. We will have to do some stuff with the math in a minute just to make this work better, but I'll show you what I mean by we'll have to put this into a range. So what we're going to do instead of all of this, we're just going to set the heart rate here. And we're going to get the curve. And then float. try that. Let's up our fear. Okay. Oh. Yeah, we might not need the clamp, actually. I've actually already done that with how I did the math here. Oh no, we definitely, yeah. Okay, Actually, hang on. Let me play really quickly before I do what I want to do. Man, it's the same as doing... Okay, I gotta get rid of the stamina thing for a moment. I mean, we were dropping a lot of stamina really quickly. Okay, and now let's reduce stamina, or reduce fear. I did hit spacebar, right? I did, okay. There we go. Alright, that should get back down to 60 when it's done. Assuming I've done the math right. If I haven't, then we'll know. Can't believe the stamina was messing with it so much I didn't realize. I'm also going to put a space between those numbers because I keep reading it as an 8 instead of a B. Actually, around 50, we should be around 100 then. If not under. If not even at 60. And it will be under 100, yeah. Oh, come on. Yeah, we're gonna get back to 60. We have it set up correctly. Okay, that is good to see. I just want to confirm that it gets to 60. Kind of want to see when it gets to 60. It's been at 60 for a while. Okay, so that is indeed working. Cool, we can actually get rid of all of this crap. That's why I didn't name them correctly, because I wasn't sure if they were going to do crap at all. They were crap. Okay, there's that done. Cool. I can now close this notepad out that I have open. Sorry, I just got distracted by Discord for a second there. All right, we can say bye to this notepad. Excuse me. And next we have the battery. That's the last one for our stats system. This chair is really annoying me. Sorry for the lovely view of the top of my head. Unfortunately, the chair keeps... well, it's a broken chair, as I've complained about before. Right, so our battery system. It's actually really our flashlight battery, so we're gonna call it flashlight battery. So we'll do flashlight battery. This will go as a float into battery. And we will duplicate this. So we max battery. Okay. So custom event. And this will be activate flash light. And we'll do a branch here. And we want to make sure that the flashlight battery is greater than 0. Right now it isn't because we haven't actually compiled this. Let's do this really quickly before I forget again. And set these to 100. Okay. That goes into there. And then we're gonna have a flip flop. Cool. We'll have another custom event called abort flashlight. And okay, we need a boolean called the flashlight is active. And now we go back to our character because we haven't added our light to him yet. Say hi to our character. Isn't he pretty? Don't you just want to, you know, I don't know. Okay. Spotlight. I want to hide it in editor. Oh, God dang it. Can I do G in here? No, I can't. Right, what I can do. Hey, Sergey, welcome in, man. Just copy this for now. And boink. Okay. Sorry, I want to see the helmet unobstructed. Actually, what I kind of want to do is T-pose him. Or as close to as T-pose as we can get. Oh. Okay. Thank you. I was gonna say. And we'll go to our right view. And then our front view. And I think we want to change the snapping to 5 for this one. Yeah, there we go. And then perspective. Okay, let's turn snapping back to 10. I wanted to see how that looks in game really quickly. Oh, really bad, because I forgot to, you know, grab the camera, put it back to where it belongs, and I forgot to reactivate the animations. Yeah, these things kind of matter. All right, now let's hit play. Two neurons, can you recommend interface design documentation? For C++ or for Unreal C++ or for Blueprint? I need to make learning software I need to make learning soft for developers, and I don't know which way to go. I'm not entirely sure I follow what you mean there. Sorry, I'm just trying to make it so I can actually see this thing. Well, C++ interfaces and Unreal interfaces work a bit differently. That's why I'm asking what exactly you're looking to do with it. What the hell? All right, let's remove your animation again. We actually do want this to be much smaller, like. We actually do want this to be high as well. Over, let's make this 15. 15. And actually, I was gonna say, let's make that 5 then. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about the animation too much. I just want to get the light to actually show up. Oh, yeah, no, there, the light is working. Okay. Now let's put the animation back on. So that's UMG integrate. Okay, so if you hang around, what time is it? We have like 30 minutes. So I'm going to be doing UMG stuff with this later on. But what do you mean when you say interfaces? Because I don't think you mean... I don't think you are using interfaces the way I'm using the word interfaces. All right, so we need to add an admin namespace for that to work correctly. Well, we could actually cheat. And what we could do is actually move this to the camera. And then if we do it now, don't have to worry about the admin namespace. I'd like to know what window that opened up in. There we go. And let's just grab the character again. Let's duplicate that light. And, you know what? Again, I just want to get rid of the animation off the character. All right. Oh, I forgot to turn the animations back on. I was like, what's going on with the character's body? All right. There we go. And let's go back here. Let's actually get the character animations again. Okay. And let's go to our right view. Yeah, that is about where I want them. I actually might change them up again. Because let's make this 5 degrees in both. And 2.5. And I kind of want to rotate them up just slightly. So we're going to switch to right view. Or left view, apparently. And just rotate them just ever so slightly. Actually, I want to do this from here. So I'm going to hit F8 once I get into that shadowy spot. All right, I think I'm far enough in. F8. Step out of the character. Ooh, had a massive drop in frame rate there for a second. Still having a massive drop. Okay. So just to make my life a bit easier, I'm gonna cheat a tiny bit. And I want to go to sorry, I'm just grabbing an IES profile to use. And technically it's not UEI. And it's a lighting. Okay. Right, content, lighting, 3 lobes. Oh, I didn't want to do it that way, but okay. Yes, that I wanted. Thank you. And let's go back into here. Let me get the chat back up on the screen. I want to develop my database click button, database uploaded, kick session, click like movie click. I don't know what you mean at all, Sergey. I'm sorry, I am not following any of that. And it might be just me being an idiot, but I'm sorry, I'm just not following. Content, lighting, and let's drop that into there. And we're gonna use the intensity off of this one. Set that to 7.75. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Yeah, kind of like that. Okay, that works for what I want. All right. Okay, we need to create a new function in here called activate flashlight. And boink. I'll call this flashlight. Flashlight 1. Flashlight. So flashlight's one word. 2. Okay. Ooh, that's not what we wanted to do. We want to do set visibility. New visibility, yes. Actually, no. Boink. Boink. All right, and visible is false. So if we pop back over to our, okay. I've lost the chat. There we are. Sorry. Pop back over here with our little cheat. By the way, this should go into our battery system. All right. It should be flashlight and battery technically, but both events happen. We're just literally using this for the Boolean switch. That's like the literal purpose of this right now. Right, and so we want to do activate flashlight, which really should be, oh, no, you, active flashlight. Okay, whatever. I can rename that later. Active flashlight. Okay. And use that setting. Okay. From there, we're going to have our timers, but we'll take care of those in a moment. Let's just test this, make sure this works. And let's find where we put our cheat earlier. And what we're going to do for this is grab that, and we're going to do set or activate flashlight. Okay. Activate flashlight. And actually, we do need the flip-flop too. We do this in both cases because it's polymorphic. So we come in, check is our battery above 0. It will be because we're not draining it. And then we flip-flop between these things. All right, so as you can see, there's no light. And as I step into the shadow, I'm gonna hit spacebar, and there you can see the light's on. Hit spacebar again, it's off, on, off, on, off, on, yeah. Okay. So our flashlight trigger is working. We will actually have a proper trigger at some point, but, you know. Okay, so next we need to do our timers for the flashlight, which... Okay, let's just start with the custom events for this. This will be flashlight battery drain. Okay, so we're going to duplicate this as set battery level. Okay, like all of that can go bye-bye. Okay, this will go into battery. We'll grab our... We'll break that first. We'll grab our battery. Boom. I'll call this delta charge for the change in the charge amount. We'll replace health down here with battery, and we will clamp this. If I can spell, between 0 and 100, which will be our max battery. All right, and actually, we're gonna have a return off of this. Okay, actually see a delta. Oh, it does say delta. Sorry, I misread that as something else. Right, plug that into there, and our output is battery level. Okay, back over to our event graph. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do our okay. That was sad of me. Battery. Health. And now I'm going to check that I actually changed the right one. I did. Okay. Give me a bit of a panic attack there, why don't you? And we're going to set it at 1. And then what we will do is we're going to check if the battery is low. This is actually the reverse logic of what I talked about earlier. So is it less than or equal to 15? So that's 15% because it's out of 100 right now. And we'll do a branch. This should look familiar to people who've done the RTS series before for the flicker effect. Okay, so from this then we are going to check, is it less than or equal to 0? No, equal to, less than or equal to. Really, it should never be less than 0, but floats, yo, floats. Sometimes you get some weird rounding stuff happening, and you just gotta kind of accept it's gonna be weird. All right, so it's not low. We don't want to do anything, unlike with the health stuff where regardless, we're doing something. It's just we don't want to have 2 checks. Here, we do want both the checks because something happens either way. So we're going to take care of the true in a minute. We're going to actually, we'll do part of the true now. We're going to do abort flashlight. Also, again, flashlight. There we go. And off the false, we're going to have another branch. And this is just for making sure we don't re-trigger things we already have triggered, but we'll take care of that in a moment. I know we're going to be going off the false, so we're going to have another branch down here. Again, this is a safety check. And then finally, we're going to have a set timer by event. Okay. And that event will be our flashlight flicker event. So let's create our flashlight flicker. So flashlight flicker. Oh, sorry, I have to actually create the event. Flashlight flicker. And again, we're going to cheat off a flip-flop. But we have to do this in reverse. We need to know when it's not A, when it is A. If that makes any sense. So we're going to do not equal here, or not Boolean. And we are going to collapse this down to a function, because we need it a second time, called set flashlight active. And this will be B is active. It will go into our category for battery. So every time we hit our spacebar, it goes in and goes, okay, is it the first time? Yep, activate it. Is it the second time? Deactivate it. Here we're using that same logic, but we want to reverse off of that so that it flickers when it's on and turns back on when it's off, because we are turning it off here. Now, secretly, this actually stops the battery drain. Okay. And our event that we're going to have is the flicker that we just created. Right. It is a looping event. Otherwise, it's not really a flicker, really, is it? And it will loop every every 0.15 seconds. Okay. So this is going to have our variable of flashlight flicker, TH. And that will go into batteries. And now these checks. What we're doing here is we want to see first, do we actually have this timer? Is it paused? Because we're going to destroy this timer at times. We're going to pause it at times. So we're going to check, is paused. If it is paused, then, hey, we can unpause it at this point because we should be flickering. So we're going to unpause. Okay. There we go. And then here, well, if it's false, and we should be flickering, and we don't have, and this is false, we, again, should be flickering, it means it's either our first time here, or something's gone wrong with this handle. So we want to check, is this handle active? If it isn't, which is why we're coming off of false here, then we should be creating it. If not, then, actually, sorry, I didn't mean active, is valid. If, yeah, we should never really hit the true there. Like, there should be no condition that I can think of, because if this is true, then this is valid, so we're already going true there. If this is not true, then it's unpaused. And, actually, we should be hitting the true. Sorry, we should be hitting the true. There's nothing we should be setting on the true in any condition, because we were already flickering. This is literally, oh yeah, I should still be flickering. Like, first time we come in, it's going to go false because it's not valid. It's going to go false because I don't exist. It's going to set it. Second time it's going to come in, it's going to go, well, I'm not paused. False, go to true. Nothing happens because we're already doing the flicker. That's all. Okay, now when the battery is dead, what we're going to do here, and actually we're going to do this last, but we're going to get our timer handle again, and we are going to clear and invalidate this timer handle, because we don't want to be flickering when the battery is dead. That'd be kind of freaky, though. Let's be fair. Right. Okay. So that's that event taken care of. For what set battery level? If you have a variable battery level, you have... So, Sergey, I think you are referring to, and I could be wrong, I think you're referring to when I do something like this and like that, right? Is this what you mean when you say auto set and auto get? And I know there's a bit of delay, but in case this is what you mean, this is actually bad to do. It leads to bad practice because you're not practicing proper encapsulation. And if you notice, if I just use that, I'm going to have to do this every single time. Whereas if I create a function, I've optimized it. It runs faster. And not only does it run faster, I know when and where I am making those changes. I know every time that battery value gets changed, I know exactly which function is doing it. So I know, hey, if the battery goes weird, where to look. I don't have to look in 100 places. Oh yeah, we need to set the drain up here. Okay, so for the drain, because we haven't actually set the timer for that one yet, what we need to do here is set our timers. So this is going to be just as nightmarish as this. In fact, what we're going to do is start getting rid of some of this from the screen by collapsing it down to functions. And this is going to be set flashlight flicker. So set, undo that. I missed a variable. I also don't want you. I want these ones. So I also want the reroutes. Okay. One more time. This time with feeling. There we go. Set flash light flicker. And oh, it's not set flashlight flicker. Yeah, it is. Sorry, I'm just having a special moment. I misread this. Like, we were on set flashlight active, huh? Okay. There we go. And pop back over here. So now for the battery timers. Okay, let's just pull off of this. We're gonna do a branch here. Yeah, does that make sense what I said about, you know, so again, like, let me just grab the set battery. If I have 3 places where I have to set battery, I can have one function that I place 3 times, or I can paste this 3 times. What happens if I accidentally forget to do this properly? In this one instance, I have to hunt it down. Whereas, where I might have a function called in 100 locations, it's only that thing called. So if it goes weird, I know it's going weird in there. If it's being called inappropriately, then it's the same as just having the regular getter or setter. That, and you should always use getters and setters instead of editing raw values. It's just good practice. I mean, it's more than just good practice, but... all right, so what we need to do is we need to check, is our battery, should it be being drained? Have we turned this off? Or sorry, have we turned it on? Okay. Battery starts to drain, it starts to flicker. We turn the flashlight off, we turn it back on, we should be flickering right away. And if you notice, we don't actually, we have the unpause here. No, we don't. We have the unpause here. But, you know, we could, it actually has a bit of delay. It really does. And I've tested this before. So what we're going to do is we are going to unpause it, as well as also unpause our drain. So we have that branch, but let's go down here first. Or sorry, let's go down this false first. So we're going to set our timer by event. And the event this time is our battery drain. So we're going to create event again, because I hate, especially because this is going to be collapsed into a function, but I hate how that looks. Like, that just leads to things being messy when you want to, you know, have things in functions. Instead, where things are nice and neat. So this is flashlight battery drain. It will loop every second, thus why we want to unpause it also up here for the flicker. It is looping. And this is going to be the next thing we need to take care of, is this timer handle when we're setting it. And this is going to be battery drain TH. And that's going to go into our battery system. Right. And from there, what we need to do is nothing for this bit, because that's done. But what we need to do off this here is check if this is false. Sorry, if this is, check if this is valid. Sorry. So we'll get that. Not is valid as paused. Now, the reason why we're not going to do the is valid check is I don't think in my notes I say we ever clear and invalidate this timer. We just pause and unpause it. So because we never clear and invalidate it, the one time that this is going to be false because this is invalid, we're just turning it on the very first time. That's all. So, I mean, in fact, I could actually cheat a bit and have this up there and then just recall it down here without this timer handle event. I just don't like doing it that way. So, if we should be draining, but we're not, remember we are active, but this says we're paused, we are going to unpause our drain. So we start draining again. Okay, then we're going to do our flicker check that I mentioned earlier that I was rambling about for some reason. Don't know why. And we're going to do is paused as well. And we're going to grab these nodes. And I'm just going to double check that I'm still in the correct playlist. I am. Sorry, I'm just making sure I'm staying in DMC free music. And we're going to have a branch off of this one. And that goes into there. Right, and if that is the case, then hey, we just do this and unpause it. Okay. And if it shouldn't be, then we don't do anything. Like if it isn't paused, then we don't do anything there. Now, this false here is where we pause both of these. So we're just gonna grab both of these nodes. And remember, it's Control D, not Control W anymore. We're gonna do pause. Pausey! I think I can actually get both of these pinned into there. Nope, I can't. Okay. I always think that for some reason with this. And I think I do that like every time I use that node. And every time I'm like, oh, yep, nope, I've done this before. I should know that I can't do that. When I say I've done this before, I mean I made that mistake before. All right, there we go. And we can take all of this and we can collapse this down to a function called set flashlight. Now, timers. Now, I don't need to have this in a function. I really don't. But it just makes it easier to read, makes it easier to follow and debug. I have less clutter on my screen as well. So it's going to be B is active. Also, can we fix that? B is act. And then I am having that bug. I hate that bug. Active. Okay. I don't know what causes it, but I've found that restarting the project does not actually resolve that bug. Hey, other Zach, how are you doing? All right, so that should be our flashlight system. And now let's just test our flicker. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna set this to, sorry, give me a second. What number did I put in here? 15. So we're gonna set this to 17. And actually, because I've done it this way, what I'm going to do is be a bit more pedantic about something. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to divide this by our max battery. Now, I'm not going to multiply this by 100 to get 15. Instead, I'm just going to change this. Sorry, I plugged the wrong thing in. Let me just double check that is the right thing. Let's go back into battery level. Yeah, so we're actually setting, that's what we're reading through. We're actually reading the battery level there. So is this new value less than 0.15? Now, if I've done the math right in my head, I might be good at math, but don't ask me to do it in my head. But if I've done my math right, that should be 15% because this is 100. Yeah, we'll find out in a second. Right, so that's set to 17, and it loops every second once I hit spacebar. So what we're gonna do is hit spacebar. There's our first check. And there we are, we're flickering. You can actually see it flickering there. So our flicker system is actually working. And in a few seconds, it will turn off for good. How are you doing, Shadow and Zach? Which means, hey, we can start passing the battery level through. Now, this is one we're going to have to run on a separate timer than everything else. There we go. Battery is dead. Notice it's up going through. If I hit space, nothing happens because I can't trigger the event with a dead battery. So that takes us through that. Now let's go back here for a moment. And we're going to do custom event, update battery level. And Sorry, I just had a momentary thought about something, and I might change my opinion. Ooh, I forgot to put that space in. Okay. So we have battery level here, and we want to get the second element from it, or set the details for the second element. So set second details. And again, remember, each element on the screen, these ones here, all actually the same widget. They just have a different first detail, and we're setting the second detail. So there's actually, in each of these, you can't see it in this one because there's only one filled in, but in each of these, there's actually 2 text boxes. And the first one is called first details, which you can see we set out here, text part 1, and text part 2 is where it says 300, and it's the part 2 that we're changing. So we're going to just plug that into there. And I don't think we need to do any formatting outside of our normal bit here. So we're just going to copy all of this. Okay. And that will go into there. And actually, I'm just going to rename it, even though it's going to make me repin things in a second, to level. All right. And then I'm just going to rename this as battery level. Not bad. It's Friday after all. I'm pretty wholesome. Don't be wholesome. Wholesome's bad. I'm alive and or kicking, I think. Not entirely sure. I've lost things. Sanity being one of them. Right. Again, this is all prototyping stuff, so I am definitely going to be not doing it the way I'm doing it right now. I just want to make sure the logic works. I know how to use how to use interfaces and how to do all those other things. So I'm just going to cheat for now and do casting just to make sure the prototypes work. Otherwise, this would be a much longer exercise than it already is, and it's already fairly a long exercise. Update battery level. I mean, this would be as it is. Well, no. This would be an interface event. And this would be... as it is. Sorry, I had to think about that for just a second. I don't know why. And then let's pop back over to the character. And the reason for that is this should be a one-way street of this thing knows about the functions inside of the component. But the component should know who its owner is, or know of its owner, know it's an actor, but should not know the functions inside the owner. Encapsulation. In this case, however, because it's prototyping, sod, common sense, and good practice. All right, and actually, we're just going to do this outside of here. And we're just going to do update battery. Okay. So now if I hit play, that 300 just also just say 100. Oh, yeah. All right. Duplicate that up here. And we're just going to get the battery level at the start. Yeah. I'd rather do it this way than actually hard code it in case I change it later and forget to change the hard coding. All right. WTF, yo. Huh? Oh. Yeah. Duh. Do the thing that you can't do yet because I happened before that thing happens. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm glad that was actually really obvious. I was having a moment of panic of what happened there. All right, let's try that again. Oh yeah, I forgot I set it to 17 at the start. All right, now if we turn it on, 16. 15. I don't like that tick rate, honestly. So, or how that looks in terms of just the delays there. So, everything is down here. And it's 1-to-1, if I remember correctly. Oops, that's not the right thing. It's this one. It's 1-to-1, right? Yeah, it's 1-to-1. So if we change this to 0.1, and come back out here and change this to -0.1, and flicker speed, we just need to add a 0 in front of that to keep things all relative. This is why having those hard-coded is not a good idea. You have to actually do the math. All right. There we go. Oh. Okay. Maybe I was wrong about that flicker. Yeah, because if you don't re-trigger, that's not what's triggering the flicker. The flicker's on its own independent timer. Duh. There we go. Hit space. Hit space again. And our battery level is working. I feel like the thing has moved slightly, though. Give me a second. All right, that is working correctly. Let's just drop that back to 100 for now. Okay. And is there anything else that I need to prototype in this component? Not that I can think of. Okay, that is, yeah. All right, we know that works for that thing. You know, let's also add into our test warehouse. Give me a second. I just want to check something before I say, let's do this thing, and I'm just wrong about what it is. Yeah, you know what? I'm wrong about something. This needs to go in here. And I'm going to show you why in just a second. Okay. So let's go over the why of this. The quick demonstration. It's kind of obvious if you think about it for just a couple of moments, but if you haven't been playing with the system, it's definitely not going to be. So this is when we drain the battery so far. We've only thought about it that way. And it made sense when we're draining the battery to do it after this. What happens when we charge the battery? So, for example, what we can do is set battery level. And when we enter this area, we're going to set our battery level to add in 15. All right? And if I go here and hit play, and I turn my flashlight on, there we go. You can see that it's draining off to the side there. And I do my long hike down towards the, am I stuck on a rock? Towards our little floating cube there. Yeah, I know about the blue on the bottom. I need to address that. I also really want to actually get the flashlights off the camera and turn it on, put it onto the mannequin and get an aim space now that I'm talking about it. There we go. You can see the battery is recharging. I'm actually really... Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't recharge. It just gives it one pulse of it. So if we walk away from this thing now, you can see my O2 levels are going back down because that thing's actually replenishing my O2 levels. And I walk back into it, you'll notice that it hit 100. Now, I just want to double check something that I wasn't going crazy for a moment there. Just gonna go into here and that should always be 3. Sorry, I did go to 0, 0 for a second before I realized, oh, there's 3 digits here. And actually, I'm going to reduce this to 1. There we go. And now we will actually change that to 2. All right, let's walk to the thing. I turned it off at 99, I realize. I keep thinking like something's flying overhead and I look up and I'm like, oh yeah, no, it's the damn helmet thing. Okay. It is at 100. Boink. I don't have to walk that far away. I keep thinking like the collision area I put around it is much larger than it is. Okay. So I think the character component is ready to be ported over to C++. No, it isn't. There is one thing that I haven't done yet. I've set it up, and technically I could port it over. But I want to know what it's going to look like. Okay. So... it's a movement system. We're going to first get our movement type. That is going to be of E movement type Preto, because we're actually going to make that into a C++ as well, class as well, or C++ enum as well. We want our max default max walk speed. This will be of type float. This will be category movement, as well as this will be. We want to get our, we want to set a current max walk speed. We want a default max jog speed, a current, I have a jog speed, current jog speed. Okay. And then we want a default max run speed and a current. All right, let's tool around with the numbers a bit because, hey, right, so let's go to Google for one thing. And I'm going to show you what I'm Googling. I honestly should know this off the top of my head, but I really legitimately don't remember. Okay. So, that is going to be... I'm just going to double check something. Just to make sure I'm doing the conversions right. Yeah, it should be 0.162 then. Yeah, because Unreal doesn't go that far. All right, then we're going to go to project settings. All settings. I'm pretty sure it's under physics though. Yeah, it is. So yeah, 190, and it's not going to be 162. Okay. Let's just play around with this and see how that feels. Actually, I have to say, it does make the movement a little bit more bouncy feeling. I don't have a jump enabled yet. Oh, I did turn the flashlight on though. Okay. And I'm now flying in the air, by the way. And there I've landed. Kind of. I'm walking in the air. All right. See if I can get another bit of a boost on something. No, there's nothing on that side. It's going to make it easy. All right, so yeah, there's that going on. What we're going to do then is play with our max walk speed. This is in kilograms, right? Yeah, so it's a bit over 200 pounds. Huh, I never see them have units in here before. That's kind of nice. All right, let's change our max walk speed to, say, 150. That's going to be really slow. Okay, that's 150. Kind of like how slow that is, actually. I'm not that much of a sadist yet. So that's 150. Let's try 200. Actually, 200 is much smoother. But still gives me that weight of movement that I'm looking for. Okay. So, hey, our default walk speed is going to be 200. We'll also set that to 200. Let's try our jog speed. Let's just go up to 350 for that one. Remember, we're in space in a spacesuit. He's not going to be moving properly. Yeah, I kind of like 300 for that. It's slow, but it feels like he's actually making a conceited effort to move forward. Like, just look at the silhouette. Let me get back to this angle. Like, it looks like he's making a conceited effort with the material he has on to move quickly. I kind of like how that looks. All right, so yeah, now we're going with 350. I was not expecting 350 to be the number for that one. All right, so that's 350. That is 350. Okay, and let's go to 500 for this one. All right. I know, this somehow feels too fast. Wow, I'm going to hell for this statement. Also, I realize we're over 4 hours, by the way. But I want to play with this some more before I go do stuff, like have food. Let's try 450. I actually am kind of liking 450 for now. We might change these, but what we're going to do at least is we're going to play with our settings a bit here, and we're going to actually use the keys I plan on using. So, shift, left shift, C key. Okay, this is a flip-flop. And the first time, actually it goes through both of these, but whatever. We're just going to duplicate this then. Okay. Boink. Character movement. Set max walk speed. It's not a switch. What am I doing? Oh, this is when I like C# and also rep with notifies. You know what we're going to do is we're going to create our own version of that. Set. This is actually, no, we've been doing this the entire time. We've been doing the entire concept. Set movement type of the private setter. Yeah. Okay. So what we need to do is set this. Boink. And then we need to switch as a result of it. And what we need to do then is grab our character movement, set max walk speed. Set max walk speed. There we are. I was like, why can't I see you? All right. Now we will use the defaults for this. Oh, no. Okay. Blink. Actually, what can we do is, hang on. Select. There we go. Get rid of that. Go right into there. Okay. And there's our walk. Our jog. And finally, our run. I meant to get our default one though. Glad I did that. I didn't see the typo because the mouse is, again, microphone is right over the variable screen for me. All right. And now we can just pop back to the event graph. Get rid of this crap. And on A, we will go to jog. On B, we will go back to walk. And we have one more thing to do. Oh, crap. We have we have 2 things related to this that have to be done in the component. And then on pressed, we go into run. And we actually duplicate this. Previous movement. No, we're actually just gonna, for now, because there's something else I want to take a look at before I even think about switching back from this. Like, let's get the other thing I want to do done first. All right, and on event begin play, we will, just to make our lives easier, make sure that it is set to walk. Now, I know my stamina system is the thing I went ooh, and that's why the other change isn't set up correctly, but I just want to make sure that sorry, I just clicked off the screen and lost the chat, and make sure the movements are working right. So I think that is one of them. Hit C. No, we went into the wrong one. What the hell? Oh. I think it still defaulted out to our sprint speed, by the way. Yeah, it is. Okay. So I grabbed the wrong one. It set movement type. We want it on walk. All right. Hit play. There is our walk. There is our run. And there is our sprint. So back to walk. Jog. Sorry, I was just thinking about an issue I just noticed with that. And sprint. You know, the sprint's gonna be a bit faster, actually. Or run. We're gonna up that to 500. Right. So, walk, jog, sprint, or run. Okay. Right. Let's take care of the stamina bit first before we take care of the other issues. Also, we'll have to implement actual functions too, but you know, one thing at a time, or implement input events. All right, so for our stamina check, first we want to check, do we actually have stamina? If we don't, well, okay, so we're gonna create a new one of these called check has stamina. This will actually return a Boolean type. And it will be B has stamina. Okay. Seriously? That bug. Okay. Do I have 2 that has oxygen? Jesus, yeah, I do. Okay. Also, I know the typo in there. Okay, that's right. Sorry, I'm not sure which one it might have changed. It should have been Boolean, so that's right. Alright, I think I did get controls out on it in time. It's switching me over to get health every time. Okay. That's really annoying. Like, problematic annoying, as I just hit the wrong thing. Has stamina. We want to be greater than 0. Cool. Right. Have I marked you as pure? I have. Let's pop back over here. And what we're going to do is, so we want to have stamina. That's number 2. Cool. Got that part done. All right. Grab that. Okay. Grab that one. All right. So we actually have the do something there. So it's 1 and 2 done. And it's the is moving we have left. So what we're going to do is get owner. Get velocity. And what we're going to do is not equal to, and we're going to do nearly. Sorry, I just select exact. Not equal to, I did. Nearly. And the value we're going to use here is 0 for all of them. And we want to be within 0.0001. If we have stamina and our velocity is not 0, and thus we are moving, then we will go through with this. And just to make my life easier, we will be printing this out. Okay. There we go. And actually, we have 3 things in here we need to do before I can say I can switch over to C++. I think we've done 2 of them just now. I think. All right. Let's go here. Why did I just suddenly lose stamina? Like, hang on one second. What the shoot is happening there? Okay, go back here, hit play. What value are you picking? Oh. Right. Cool. We did half of those 3 things. Or sorry, we did of those 2 things from the 3 I said, oh, we've done 2 of them. We've done half of one of those 2. So we need to actually fix that one up a bit and, you know, we'll be good to go. So what we forgot to do, what I forgot to do is, let me just find the stamina here. Right. We have get movement type. We actually will be setting that on the component as well. So when we do this, we're going to grab the component. Actually, we'll do it in here. We'll just as part of this, grab the correct component and set movement type. That also explains why I'm losing stamina at the start. I'm actually moving. I'll actually have to think about something about that in a moment. Which is, I do want to lose stamina if I'm moving in the Z value, but I don't want to do it for falling. But for now, let's hit play. Make sure I don't randomly lose stamina at the start. No, I'm not. Okay, good. There we are. Now I'm going to hit C. And I'm going to lose stamina. I'm going to watch my heart rate increase. My oxygen consumption increase. I'm going to hold the shift key down and watch my heart rate spike. as I sprint in a really heavy suit. All right. Now, what's interesting is we're getting stuck at 0.5 there for some reason. Okay. You just not printing because... Oh. Yeah. Guess it'd be useful if you came off of this. There we go. Right. So the other thing we need to do is again that and set movement type. And I'll go to walk. In fact, actually, we're going to get rid of that flip-flop. Flip-flop's going to cause issues. It already has, by the way. That's why I paused earlier. This actually will be a branch now. Okay, and what we're going to do is get our character movement here. And we're going to do, is it equal to... Huh. Oh yeah, I forgot enums have a different one now. Equal enum is what we're looking for. Is it equal to walk? If it is equal to walk, then we are walking and we want to go to jog instead. Here we go. Okay. Oh, I read my oxygen levels as my my stamina levels. Okay. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna be really mean and actually decrease the stamina on walk. There we go for our jog and our sprint. I'm just curious about something really quickly. Let me just drag that over there for a second. Okay. Interesting. What is happening here? Huh. Right. Okay, so that's kind of funny. Boolean logic mistake. So what's happening is why we're not regaining stamina when we walk. Which, you know what, to be fair, if I'm actually going to say we're going to lose stamina as we walk, not much. But, you know, it reflects working in this hazardous environment. Yeah, I mean, I don't have to worry about it now. Okay. I know there was something else in here I needed. We had that taken care of. We're not using auto sprint. Also, before I forget, why can't I figure out where project settings are? All right, so we're gonna have change walk state, state, which will be the C key for now, and And the sprint will be left shift for now. Okay, let's get rid of that. Seriously. And that is switch walk state, change walk state. Cool. And then we have sprint. Okay. I think this is all UI, UMG stuff over here, and this is all movement stuff. Yeah. I'll be doing more with this, but I just needed a base thing to test stuff with. So if I hit play again, so let's make sure the buttons still work. I'm walking. Oh, that was the other thing, the UI. That's the last thing. I'm not going to be doing that today. I am sprinting. And I am now jogging. Let's make sure my jog goes back to a walk when I hit 0. And I'm walking again. What state does it think I'm in? Oh, that's really cool. Okay, I actually like the number 0.1 I picked. I see what's happening. I just had enough stamina to keep refreshing and leave, like, not stop walking. Like, that's kind of cool. Okay, I like that. All right. Okay. So I just want to see something before I even think about what I'm doing. Okay. It's not that. Okay. All right. Well, fine. Timeline. This will take place under a second. Thank you. All right, so at 0, we're at 85. And we'll take you at 1. Let's go to 45. All right, and there we go. So we're going to do a proper zoom by using FOV. And we're going to play from start, actually. And on release, we'll reverse from wherever we're at, actually. Right. And now we need the camera. And we are going to set field of view. Okay. We're gonna do play instead. All right, that's why. Okay. And I'll see something before I do what I was going to do next, actually. Oh, camera. Focal distance. Right. So I want another track. This will be focal distance. And I have two values. Will be 1. And 1 will be 2. And like our other graph, we want that to be curved. Okay, and what we're going to do is focal. What the heck's it called? Depth of field. Okay, over to Google we go to see how we access the focal field during runtime. So UE4 accessing focal field at runtime. Camera field of view. Oh, autofocusing depth of field. Well, that might be something worth watching later on, but okay. Oh, I could open that up. Okay. I want lens. Nope. Nope. Depth of field, focal distance. Actually, I still want you as well. Lens, depth of field, focal distance. Lens, depth of field. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, let's see if that works. I don't know if that's going to do anything. All right, anytime something gets... Hang on, let's just restart this because we've already... You know what? What I'm gonna do is, I really don't want to activate the tick on this. God, this is dirty what I'm doing, but hey, lets me actually see numbers. Okay. Yeah, no, that is definitely not right. Oh, I know what I've done wrong. Kind of funny I did that up there because I kind of now need that. Where the crap? Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. Yeah, all of you come here for a second. Boom. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. There we go. Okay. Kind of want to up that just a little bit more. Right. This number is going to be massive, I realize, but... yeah, I like that number better. All right, so we have our zoom set up as well. And that means that I can get to work on the rest of the UMG. All right, I think I probably have a week more of just working on just little parts of the character before I start moving everything over to C++ for that. And then I will get around to actually building out, you know, this stuff, which you can't see anything on. So we'll just go take a look at it really quickly. Yeah, save it. Save it. And I've definitely gone an hour over my stream time. Crap, I need to eat. Like, I'm starving sitting here. Okay. So, we're gonna cheat. SM window B. Oh crap, there's two sets. SM window. I have no idea what happened here, by the way. Above, and that's B2. And this is above B1. That's well, I was going to show you this thing, but you know, this apparently happened. And all the meshes got screwed up. Cool. Am I actively using anything from these folders? If not, what I'm going to do off stream is delete them and re-import them. Because, yeah, that should not have happened. All right, well, that takes me through what I wanted to do today. I was going to show you more of the stuff that we have for this, but yeah, clearly we're running into some issues. So we will take care of that later on. And tomorrow, what we'll be doing is we'll actually be working on, well, a bit of a surprise for you guys. That's all I'm going to say. But with that said, I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. If you're not already, make sure to hit that like button down below. It really does help this channel out. And if you're not already subscribed, you want to be here when we release tutorials or know when the next live streams are, then make sure to hit the subscribe and notify icon. All right. Hopefully I'll continue to be on the mend and be somewhat human. But with that said, I'll leave you to it, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow or in the next tutorial or at some other point. And I hope that you have a wonderful day.